Hello, welcome to my Sunday afternoon stream of Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Yeah, only 2,202 tickets left. Maybe a bit less, but in general, that is how many outstanding upgrades I still have left, or manufacturing the equipment. So I'm counting it in the only way I really can. Welcome in, Tira. I hope you're having a good Sunday so far and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic rest of your Sunday. I hope you slept well. I do know it's a little bit on the early side for you, so I really do hope you did sleep well. Let me get in immediately. I do have Hunter Search on for some reason. Probably not going to be finding anything. And let's see. He brought me a monster broth. Okay, so tropical berry delivery can't be. That's not it. I do need to be reminded of what biome that quest came from. Okay, there is something that broke a little bit. Okay, I hope I didn't have that active all the time yesterday. That would have been actually quite annoying. I do know that it is not present in my normal recordings by virtue of me not using separate recordings to work on to do the trailers and everything. So since they are separated, it's not showing up there. But I do worry that it had been there all day yesterday. Maybe in a hidden form, but that doesn't necessarily make it better. Okay, and I do want it like this. Okay. Let's get going. I probably will be using 2 mega potions, so I don't need to worry too much. And it's showing all 4 or 5 up until Thunderlord and Grimclaw. I may want to go for Grimclaw above Thunderlord, for the simple reason that Grimclaw is a Tigrex, which I already like a lot, and that Thunderlord, while not a bad monster at all, with Thunder Element is pushing onto my weakness, so a warm-up, a more comfortable warm-up is, I think, a good idea. Is my meme misbehaving that badly that you have to keep an eye on him? I don't know what to do. Honestly, if he is misbehaving that badly, I would want to denounce him as a me of mine, but that's not how those things work. And I'm no saint either, but... I do feel like I am at least less picky than what you told me about my me yesterday. Okay. I am quite happy to hear that. And I hope that he is also less picky than yesterday. Okay. Looks worse than it actually is. Happy to hear that. Maybe I should have brought some smoke bombs. Okay. That's a sizable Gendrome. I do want to heal here a little bit. And of course I'm paralyzed again. Okay, that broke a court rest. Poor guy was getting terrorized by Grimclaw there. And this is not a problem of Grimclaw, this is a problem of fucking Gendrome crashing the party. Okay. Goodbye, Gendrome. Can I pick up Gendrum's shiny? Nope. But I can try to punish Grimclaw for interrupting me. Okay. One last first aid heal. And now I have to heal up the rest with Mega Potions. And Tigrex is of course much more amendable alone than he had been with Gendrum, killing his beat. Okay, he was prepping there for a scream, which I didn't notice. Hello, welcome in, Mark. How are you? I hope you're having a good Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic Sunday to come. Welcome in. You're almost at Fatalis in World. Congrats. I personally prefer GU and older Fatalis because they're not so scripted, but it's still a good fight. Yeah, no, I'm actually not surprised. Monster Hunter World is a lot less... It's a lot faster due to it being a lot easier. Okay, I'm going to be allowed to finish by him. That's a mistake. You're getting seizing Battlegeuse's armor later. I hope it's going to go well and that you're going to find your materials in a timely fashion. I see. I'm a Electron's ice mode. Yeah, fine enough, but I don't seem to remember that you can switch the armors out. Oh no, yes you can. It is just something I never really interact with. Okay, going back to camp and switching arms and armor out. It has been, in my opinion, always been a superfluous mechanic, and actually a mechanic that, for me, always that I always find quite annoying because of the fact that it disvalues the value of good preparation before a hunt. So I have never interacted with it and completely forgot about it. Okay. 2 more tickets for Grimclaw. Fair enough, but you still can, and there are ways to hide yourself. Fair enough, there are no Farcasters anymore. But I was also talking I was also talking generally for that. Switch axe, heavy bowgun. You can't use Farcasters against Alatarion, but they are in the game. Okay, fair enough. Again, shows how little I interacted with those particular systems. Okay. Probably mainly because you can travel from camp to camp via on-map fast travel if you're not in an active fight. So never needed to consider the Farcasters. Congratulations, Mark, on a 115 stream watch streak. That is tremendous. Thank you very much for always being here. Thank you for that huge streak. Thank you very much. Okay. With that, Grimclaw is good. And we'll be doing Thunderlords. I do think I'll be switching to at least neutralizing my thunder resistance deficit. Stamina is not perfect, but that's fine. Didn't work out. Noel in the marshlands. I hope you're going to be bringing me a lot of monster broth. Have I seen your Dragonator? Not immediately. I'm not sure what you are referencing. Okay. Are you kidding me? And it seems I've run out of paintballs, so I do not... Oh, yeah, I somewhat remember that. Haven't played in a while. Not sure if he ever found his Dragonator. Baldrome, there you are. He's immediately knocking me about again. Not that I can do anything about that after charging. Okay, lying down. Come on. Well, that is one Baldrome that is not going to be annoying anybody anymore. Okay. Yeah, you do want to be killed as well. Fair enough. And I've just seen you. Goodbye. He's even mocking me. And after all this hard work, I'll first ensure that my blade is sharp. Getting tail in face. Except the tip of the tail, that apparently doesn't count. I hope those were trying to break those horns. Oh, okay. He's dancing a little there. Okay, that's not the turn I expected him to make, though. Okay, horns, I do want broken. That's a good one. Okay, too early there. But I rolled out of that. Okay, I didn't roll through that. Let's heal up. Drake, hello, how are you? I hope you're having a great Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic continuation of your Sunday. It's not Saturday again, and bloody Bullfango. Let's get the other horn here a little bit. And welcome into stream. That's Alp. Not sure what you mean with that. A lot of highs. Okay. Got a lot of stuns this fight so far. And of course, I am stepping out for a second here. Let me recover a better status here. Okay. Tail is not going to be running away. Bullfangos might. Should... No. Almost, but I didn't hit in the end. Okay. A little bit more damage in more vulnerable areas. Let's see. I don't think I can crack the back. Or maybe it's already cracked. There's another Bullfango protecting the tail. Of course, that was a very bad career choice for Bullfango. And to the sound of a herb flute, we will be chasing after Zinogre. Okay, we did crack something there. And that was basically the last thing we could really do. Okay. Oh, there's 2 more tickets for him. But I need to come back to him once more at least. Absolutely. So next weekend we'll be doing some hunts then. Looking forward to them. Okay. Let's get a few things here. All very nice. These less so. I hope that they are going to go extinct. Yeah, sometimes you have a week like that where everything costs a lot of energy and it's hard to get yourself to really do anything. I did so yesterday after stream, and I currently don't have alcohol here to join you, but may he rest in peace. Okay. I see. Yeah, I do prefer alcohol straight. So I had some straight rum. Well, no, it's not straight, it's called neat, actually, if I do remember that correctly. But yeah. Had a glass for him yesterday. Well, it's not alcohol, it's going to be water, but may he rest in peace. I don't need to think about fire attack. Oh, have I put any holes into... Okay, I have not. Because I was going from the wrong... way here. I did say to keep wind resistance, so not too many more Juju melts today. Fire resistance 11 is nice, but I already have one talisman for it. Okay, I do need some upgrades here, specifically for Gunlands. Gunlands and Switch Axe first. Missing one ticket for the heavy bowgun. And I do have some more tickets here. Well, one more ticket. Yeah, come on, Red Helm Pelts. Okay. That boosted the cap to 11. And that's to 10. A few 7s here. And these are all tickets I could not really have accounted for, or only very difficultly, and a lot of difficulty accounted for. But that did reduce my general need for tickets by a bit. Whoops. Sorry for giving the microphone a bad knock there. Oh yeah, the paintball problem probably requires me to give in an order to the farms. Combo list. Paintball. So I can basically get all of the paintballs back. Except for one here. I don't want to give up the tickets. Sorry, the slots. This time it wasn't about any tickets. Going to keep my raw meat up. Order items. Request a trade. Subplants from Sunsnug Farm. And paint berries from Sunsnug Farm. Probably going to need double rounds. Okay. Let's continue the grind then with another Zinogre. Okay, so far so good. Thunderlord Zinogre, level 3. No worries. If there are any issues, will let you know. If I'm not saying anything, then you're not being a pain or being difficult. Okay. I have a nemesis to kill. I hope he doesn't get the chance to run away. There you are. Okay, that should be the end for Mr. Hog here. No? There we are. Stubborn he was, and an herb. Still, I will be carving him. Okay, and now Zinogre is going to be all alone without any backup. I hope that the Gargawa you're moving the wrong way, by the way. Was a little bit slow on getting over. Very nice. That's one of the two horns broken. And we're going to need to evade some thunderbugs. Okay, that looked like was going to be like a tail loop-de-loop, but got interrupted. That's a claw broken. That's the second claw broken, actually. Okay, I was expecting him to stop there, but apparently we rather, because it wasn't only my sagas. We staggered him far too long. That he grit his teeth and decided that no matter the pain, we are going to finish that now. Okay. Horns first. Felt like I almost weaved my way across there. Okay, that's that one twice. You're kidding me. No, 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 no. You're... You're kidding me that all of those were stuns after a stun already. Bloody hell. That's annoying. Especially because that hit me through my margin I usually keep. Do we still have the trap, or has he landed in it already? He may have landed in it. Okay, didn't realize I had lost that much sharpness already. Feeling better. Okay, that's the tail. Okay. That was the cat. And Zinogre decides he doesn't want to play anymore. I think that has signs of being broken already, his back. Nice work from the cats there. Come on. Okay. Well, guess I was slightly off on the timing. Du-du-du. Still getting bad thunder blight. Well, I ought to be happy that I am positive at all. Okay, you're much more of a pain than you had any right to be. Okay. Minerals I am shorter off than bugs. But they are an additional income, so I don't mind bringing them along. And the minerals that I am short on are not that easily accessible at the moment. Since we're getting Hercudromes, that means we are not seeing that we're in high rank, and we would not be seeing many Earth Crystals to begin with. Okay, very nice. Most importantly, I got this tickets. Some more Boldrome stuff. Not sure how much I should hoard for when the end of Boldromes finally comes. Best point slaying, not terrible, but not what I'm looking for. What are we getting from the other two? So, mountain herb, unique mushroom, royal rhino. Anything related to bugs, I think, gives me no more whetstones. Have I used up all the whetstones? Could have well been. I usually don't. Oh yeah. All used up means I need to clean out my box a little bit at least. Veggie Elder tickets. Okay, let's sell some stuff from the back. We're not duplicating too many things. Or rather, too many stacks. Monster broth? No, I absolutely need that. Yeah. Okay, that's a ticket to put away. I'm not going to be selling any Thunderlords before checking here. Lord's shot, good. Maybe I should be capturing Nightcloak Malfestio. So let me bring a water weapon. Just wondering which one. Let's go with this. Oh yeah, no, absolutely no problem. I'd be happy to help you with some Dread Queen. Get you the material and tickets to upgrade your arms, your greatsword and armor. Since I am half expecting that you're going to want to do the greatsword upgrades. Yeah, tickets are a slog, or a grind rather, and there is not much that is going to be detracting from that. As I now know, it requires 5,040 tickets to get everything. And luckily I have already managed to push that down by quite a bit. Amulet, that's what I wanted. And to a degree, since it is a capture quest, need to change. And if you do need help, I'll be happy to help. Okay, let's use up more of those vouchers here. Doesn't really matter since he's not really attacking with anything elemental. Can, in principle, get the provision division to do something here. Yeah, as I expected, that was your goal. Legion, hello. Well, I currently did not have anybody wanting to come into multiplayer with me, but if you want to, and it sounds very much like you did, I'd be happy to open a hub. But if I am playing alone, I do prefer to hunt solo. No risk of deconnecting and all of that. Plus, I can bring a second Palico. Welcome in. Do you have anything you want to hunt, or do you want to skip your turn? Astalos does have a deviant variant. He is called Bolt Reaver, but he only unlocks in G rank. Ten Ukanlos, 4 Amatsu, 16 Lao. Is that what you have left to hunt? for all 100 kills. Well, I'd be happy to join you for those. So select one, and while I am going to quickly switch out the weapon for any of those, I'll be right there. Yeah, ask. Legion, if you do want to go on one of those, please go accept it. Oh, we're already set up for the owl. Okay, then let's do the owl and then come back. No problem. Would I watch a playthrough of The Witcher 3? Well, as a stream from, for example, from you, yeah, I'd watch it. Going out of my way on YouTube to watch it by somebody else, less so. But played by somebody I know, it would be very interesting to me. Where I do think they are very well so yeah, I do think PC was great. PC is also the only space that only place that has all of the Witcher games available. For now, I do hope that Witcher 4 is going to be, and I do expect, to be honest, Witcher 4 to be on PC. But with especially Sony tightening their exclusives again, it feels like you can't be sure. But The Witcher as a series is a series that is so integrate. Come on, word. Intricate. There we go. With its design and choices that no two playthroughs are ever the same. Malfestia is not really wanting to give me... Ooh, thank you. I had gotten hit a little bit harder there than I was realizing. It is unfortunate that, in my opinion, that so many people never got to experience the first one. But as far as I remember, the second one was also exclusive to PC. May be mistaken in that, though. Okay. I am happy to hear that. Especially for a good game, I do think should be available everywhere. And while I do understand that some games like StarCraft are not playable really on controller, doesn't mean I don't want everybody to have the opportunity to try them out for themselves. Okay, he is not yet ready. I'm trying to keep an eye on the map, since it is a capture quest. Okay, I do think he's moving on. Down here, I'll take the opportunity to heal up a little bit and sharpen up. Okay. Thank you. I'm expecting somewhat down, but until I see it... Okay. Direction down, so to say, because at least for us hunters, this is the only area we can go into the lower depths of the forest. Oh, bloody hell. There we are. The Renoblons really want the Ulfango treatment at the moment. An ancient shard, very good. Okay. That's a hammer. I don't need that. I am really wondering if I'm missing some weapons for the for sword and shield. But that is not something that is going to be coming quickly. So, well done together. Legion, that was a good fight. Which one do you want to go first for? Ukan loss. Fair enough. Don't quite have Fire Deviant yet. Do I want Infinite Ice? Maybe I do. Well, not Infinite Ice, but a lot more ice resistance. So giving me access to some fast charge. Really don't need to worry about anything else. So instead of eating ice, I'm going to be able to do anything. Which in this case happens to be ice. And I did manage to pick up Inshura. Do I need anything specific? Not really. I could do with some more stones and some stuff in general, but sword is... my longsword is good. Don't know for the armor, but I don't have anything currently I really need. My way of usually going through him is tail, shovel, and then just break whatever is left. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, happy I got... at least the tip to connect there. And he is going on to short burrowing journey here. Okay, there we go, much better. Nice additional bonuses from... I do want to see how far they are stacking. Yeah, I'm not going... So I should be at 43 now. Okay, tail is gone. Or rather reduced, I'd say. I do wonder, does stamina negate like the dash juices prevent losing stamina in the first place as well? Okay. I would have somewhat expected as much, with the effect otherwise being the same, but it's good to know. And as so often, especially in multiplayer, the hunting horn is a fantastic weapon. Ooh. Defense up coming in as well. I'll be leaving you to break the shovel. Not quite getting that correct. Yeah, I don't think he's the healthiest example of a Nukan loss at the moment. And he comes to take a break again. That's a big bound. I'll be taking the opportunity to sharpen. Because that does increase my damage measurably. Boom. I hope I didn't push you away from there. I think I'm just going to be staying in the back now. He is undeterrable at the moment. Close enough to get kicked out of there. There we go. Good fight. Okay, timing a little bit off there, but okay, I don't want to be cold, even though with everything it looks like I'd be fine even if I were cold. Very nice. I do wonder a little bit how far we pushed him. Thank you. Yeah, that's going to be a very angry beam. Or we're going to be interrupting him again. And Okay. Fair enough that I didn't get that good. Barukan Loss is now having completely other problems than me making myself a target when sharpening. Okay. Not sure if he's knocked over or whether that is just another stagger. He is knocked over with the star, as I see. That was good work. Yeah, he's not really doing much where he feels comfortable at the moment. Even the back is broken. Something I personally don't see too much because too early. I don't really ride him too much, I think. Well, no, not I think. It's an I know. Okay. Thank you. I was about to say I want to take some distance and heal a little bit. With him grinding me against the wall there, that was not really possible, but now it should be. Okay, Ukan Loss down. And the concerto continues. Please have a great afternoon, Raig, and sorry for missing that by a minute or two. Yeah, please have a fantastic rest of your Sunday, and yeah, I hope you're going to have a good day, an enjoyable day, and all of that. See you around. Okay. Some great Wyvern crystals. Ooh, I'm very happy about the stone. Good distribution of materials otherwise. Sorry about that. Let me have a look for the Ukan Loss armor. I think I finished it. I Kanto I have not yet. Okay, so there you are. So basically I am missing 2 more stones. And Knight Cloak Mephisto heavy bowgun. I was missing his heavy bowgun. Which I cannot create because I'm missing some Azure plumes. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the voucher redeem. Let's continue with some capture quests then. Let's do Dread King 9. Not a capture quest, unlike what I did say before. Dragon. Oh yeah, flash bombs. That's what I wanted to bring. Okay, Jurassic Frontier to Dread King Rathalos. I will be bringing these. Let's go for some more fire resistance. And I should have a... No. I just... Yep, I put the flash bombs back. Can't have that. And we have to just... Let me just add in the rest. Maybe we don't need them, but better safe than sorry. Okay. Now we can go. Okay, first one has been found and will be attacked. Paralyzing agents may be a great idea with him. I haven't given that any thought before. Mainly because I almost always use any elemental weakness. Okay. Okay, I'll go for the tail. And that was quite a bit shorter than I was expecting. Okay, he did not quite jump to where I was expecting him. Okay, got away. That's a crack. And I do think that's a crack I wanted to hear. Nice. Dang, that's a long sword with fantastical paralysis potential. And indeed now when you catch it, okay, I wasn't alone there. Okay. All very, very nice. Can't do anything with that. Silpices shrooms. I'm not sure what you mean with that. Spicy mushrooms? Spicy mushrooms. Probably shrooms that you can gather. I do need 11. Okay. I'm going to have a quick look here. I should be able to do some upgrades. So one to this sword. Hot drink plus rations. I see. Oh, they give you one step on the stamina bar plus protect from cold. Yeah. They would be, I believe, nice to have. Yeah, no. Let's do it like this. And I wanted to take a look here. Isn't it the jaw blade that comes? No. Well, one of the Vulcanis can just be replaced. The is it the snake bite? I was wondering whether I had kept this blade here for that, but it looks like I had not. You're looking mighty nice as well. Oh, there's another one though. I really need to take a look at... I'm not sure you can... Chicken decapitator. Good morning, Yono. Okay. On one hand, I am not too surprised. But dang, going so far as to really go token monitoring. to a degree, I do think, yeah, okay, that's normal if the hype becomes such that everybody wants to monitor it, but I'm not sure. I don't think personally that AI is going to be is the future as much as everybody's decrying it to be. So that's a lot from a single company. Just going to have a quick look. I somewhat expect to con loss again. No, Amatsu. Okay, in that case, should be fine like this. How's my wool? I'll be right back. I do want to switch out the talisman. So basically playing Kingmaker. All the indicators, trying to get a sense of what works, how well they work, and all of that. Yeah, not too surprised, so to say. But I have already heard that some of the companies that have heavily switched into AI find that it is not a great return on investment. Again, I'm not an expert, I'm not really part of the finance market, so you probably know about that much better than I do, but it is not the huge step that a lot of companies apparently were expecting. Which is what I was expecting, to be honest. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Last Ronin is official. I've not heard of it before, but I don't doubt too much that it is going to be at least a decent game. I'm expecting it to be a brawler again. Might be wrong about that, and that is fine. But a lot of the recent and a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games in general were brawlers. Yeah, I heard about, or rather I know about the will to go back to exclusives. I don't think it's a good idea. And I really don't like exclusives myself. I do think that in the modern day they are not appropriate really anymore. And unfortunately, they are... They have removed the games that most people would have wanted to play, i.e. they're good single-player titles, and they are only keeping PC for their live service games, which nobody wants to play. Yeah, and I see that, but again, I do think, one, the live service approach is not good, and I do think that they are... I don't know. They already ought to be aware that PC gamers are not going to be coming over. They already learned that. Whether you're not going to give them the games at all, or whether you're going to be bringing them over after a huge amount of time, it's not going to really matter to the PC crowd, and PlayStation alone can't really make the single player game successful enough either. Yeah, seriously, I think the only successful one from Sony would have been Helldivers. That was early 25, I think, if I remember that correctly. And then you had two very big profile failures so far in Concord and Marathon. And while Marathon is not the absurd level of failure that Concord was, with the investment in the studio, with the development of the game, of the budget, it is not profitable, and it still needs a huge amount of time to even get even. So while I can appreciate what they're trying to do, I do think that they are mistaken in their approach, and they are going to have troubles for it. Okay, I will need to sharpen here. Yeah, and as for exclusives, I think there is one last thought I currently want to still give is that in the early days where it was a lot more complicated to port games, exclusives made more sense, and in those days an exclusive was almost a garant for good quality. Afterwards, it became more of a well, if we don't have to fight for attention, or if we don't have to fight for an audience, we don't need to care so much. And while some of the exclusives were fine for PlayStation, since they are the one of the two holdouts that really still want to fight with exclusives, Nintendo being the other. I don't think that a lot of PS5 games are that good. None enough for me to want to buy a PS5. Okay, got the timing wrong there. Oh, I am mounting him. Let's see if I can stay on well enough. Come on. He's not happy about it, but doesn't have a choice. Half expecting him not to have really much health left. Of course, that back throw there did not connect. Whoops. Okay. Was evading in the wrong direction there. But a single potion gets me back into fighting shape. Okay, last 5 minutes. I'll be needing all my potions. Not a happy camper. First time going over there, though. Okay. That was rather silly. Back to white. Amatsu in general feeling quite unhappy, I'd say. Chair, hello, welcome to the hub, and welcome to stream as well. I hope you're having a great Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a very good continuation of said Sunday. We're just finishing up Amatsu. Perfect timing on that. And after that arduous typhoon, there's finally some sun again. Making me wonder how much certain areas depend on Amatsu to bring them rain. Probably It's hard to say. I wouldn't say that those huge monsters can't have a ginormous impact onto their environment. I mean, a lot of animals have a very big impact on the environment without it being clear or obvious that they do have that impact. As such, with how much more powerful and how much more how many more different influences they can have, I'd be very surprised if these have none. And since this was Legion's choice, Chair, if you do have a quest you want to go on, feel free to put it up. You'll skip. Okay. Let me have a quick look for my Amatsu armor. I should have finished it. Or maybe not yet. Tempest Crown, so I haven't finished it yet. Can I? Okay, that's one more piece. What was it? The arms? Sorry for forgetting. The bracers, indeed. Okay, missing a claw. Okay. Wonder where I'll be going to. Let me see. What is Rust Razor for? That is that one. Do you allow me to check whether I'm missing the tickets or material? I need a heavy Rust Razor scalp. Okay. So that would be a more mixed fight if we want to try G5. Let me know. I'll post it up if you want. If you don't want to go on it, I can post up something different. But this is going to be more of a slog. Although I have learned the usefulness of smoke bombs. Dibs on Gravios. Fair enough. Although that was a little bit overkill. We probably don't need as many. Gravios, Glavenus, Rust Razor. No, should be fine. Okay. Let's go. Okay, let's get down. Okay, for now, only Gravios. It's G5, yes. Okay, I feel a little bit humiliated here. Dang it, that dissipated much more quickly than I was expecting. Okay, let me charge up on the tail. Okay, I did get to connect with it, even though it's not in the most comfortable position. And Glavenus joins as a party crasher anyway. I think we were too close. Because the smoke is still up. Okay. Gravios did not really have a big chance here. Okay, that was not bad. I'll just get the hell out of dodge of that. And now I'll be joining Gravios. Sorry, not Gravios, Glavenus. Yeah. Those unfortunate things happen I mean, even the best hunters from time to time will cart. And I don't think it's ever anything to get annoyed about. Okay. Okay. There we are. Back in business. That was a big boom. It's not a Hellblade, so I'm not getting any special powder there, but it's also already decided. Well played so far, but I don't doubt that poor Razorblade is going to have an easier time than these two. There we go. Ooh. Probably another miss roll, no worries. Okay, I'll fetch these. Thank you. Yep. I go flying there. Okay. Nice para, but I can't risk it. I see. I think it's not a bad idea, but I'm not sure Rustrazor Shogun Senator is going to be taking on as a help to pull the cart, and I'm not sure what that was. Not even sure if you saw it. Okay, let's topple him some more. Try to... Okay, very nice. Nice para here as well. That's one broken. And there we go. Great job, everybody. Legion, thank you very much for breaking the back shell. I think that was a lot of that was your doing. Although, Chair, I do think you are helping. I myself did get rather few hits in on that. But very well done, everybody. That's why you went for the mount. Yeah, it was a good idea. I'm not sure from that distance any of... Well, I for sure couldn't have done the mount. But with the heavy bowgun, I also... I'm also pretty sure you had an easier time targeting the shell than I would have had. Very nice rewards. A lot of tickets as well. There we go. Not sure. I'd say I wouldn't need a second round of scalps immediately for the improvement of the weapon to G5, but we'll see. And of course, that has unlocked one more EX. Fight. Mm-hmm. Oh, I still need heavy scalps. Okay. Not going to be as quick and easy as I thought. Okay. Let me see if I can do anything for the cats. Possibly not. Bolt Reaver, Elder Frost. Okay. Not sure what exactly is missing there, but the upgrade is already very welcome. And Legion, that would make it your turn again. I'll be right back. I do want to switch out my weapon for it. And nope, I'm currently having an water resist. I would want to use ice resist, and I have a few things to put away here. And the box is pretty full. Okay. Okay, so it is visible everywhere. Okay, not sure, but there seems to be a broken cable. And I just thought about something. I will want to bring a few of those. Okay, after stream I'll be checking what cable it is. For some reason I have the feeling it's going to be a power cable. I do hope that it's lying a little bit better now, even though I did cause a massive outage for a while. Come on. I know I have power. Chair is taking care of us. Thank you very much. Had to look around. Wasn't sure whether Legion or Chair was playing Hunting Horn. And Stella Kitsune, hello, welcome in. I hope you had a good Sunday so far, and I'm going to be looking forward to a great Sunday to come. And welcome in. That is good to hear. Carlos, on the other hand, is doing less good. Significantly less well, I'm guessing. I've seen it. I am... due to how I feel about the base game, it's hard for me to get excited, but I hope it's going to be everything everybody is excited for. Fans theorize that Alma is pregnant. Possibly, but ouch. Sorry for getting caught in the corner there. Question is, with whom? Or from whom? Okay, that's not a card I wanted to take. I'm not going... I don't think it's impossible. But I also have trouble to see who the father would be. And the other issue is if the guild... well, there would be issues with how long have they been in the wilds. Depending on how long they've already been there. Must have happened locally, so to say. I'm happy that a few more monsters are getting some attention. We have seen Lao, although if I had to choose, I would have much preferred to see Shengaoren over Lao, but I'm not unhappy to have the Pinata to hit upon. Giginox, I can see making a comeback. Monobloss, yeah, it'd be cool, but it is basically Diablos, but with only one horn. So unsure if they would be bringing them back. Happy if they would, though. I think Akanto and Ukanlos would make for great candidates to bring back too. I'm trying to go over the list of monsters that have not come to the modern part of Monster Hunter. Yeah, I can see. I can understand them wanting to focus more on Elder Dragons. Another one, which coincidentally is an Elder Dragon, I'd be very happy to see coming back, would be Old Fatalis. And really make him the ultimate menace. I want to see the Scorpion. If at all possible. I do think it had a nice idea. Yeah, White Fatalis. Put in normal Fatalis and then crank White up a step more. I know that Thraig would be preferring Crimson Fatalis, but I think White Fatalis would be the best. Shantian, yeah. I mean, most of those monsters I only know by reputation, really. But a lot of them I would want to be able to fight. Okay, Ukanlos down. I do apologize again for that cart. Garmoth would indeed be a great, also nice to see coming back. We had the other three come back already. So to give Garmoth her chance as well would be really nice. But for the ultimate ice monster, I think you can't go wrong with the Ukanlos, even though he's not an Elder Dragon. Okay, I can use all of these. If only to fill up my melding pool. And I have gotten another stone that should allow me to push another upgrade for the armor. Indeed. Namiel is coming to Wilds. Well, Utduna better pack in carefully because she will want some of those lake shores for herself. Chair, I'm offering, but I'm guessing you would skip again. But it would be your turn for a quest. Reidao. Okay. Reidao indeed would be... will be up against something quite different there. Did I... Okay. Then let's go for Dread King 10. Then again, Kushala does not enjoy lightning too much. So there might be some luck there for them. Well, I think that has been common to Monster Hunter for quite a while. I do think that at least in the old world, so neither Wilds, Rise, or World, I don't think that the hunters are having a huge impact on the availability of the monsters. On the contrary, it does feel like, for at least for the longest time, we only got more monsters coming in. So I don't think that is something that hunters can really do. At least if we are taking the amounts of quests that have been completed for Canon, I think even if we just take what my hunter went through, let's be generous and let's say the three of us are all that there is. I think that indeed there is still a lot of death around. And if I take a look at D here, he has a much higher body count. Pushing to 500 for a few here. Understandable. I don't think that is wrong to assume. Are they here at the same time? No. Okay, I'm not sure if they're coming one after the other. Or after health. I'm guessing health. Oh god. I mean, just the sheer amount we have hunted already shows that the monsters in general are not rare, and probably not really many issues with killing a few of them. No smoke? No smoke as in we don't need... Well, we probably don't need the smoke then, okay. Oh, they track through smoke. So I don't need to try and work to maintain it. Okay, that's the tail. And we killed Rathian so quickly that not a lot of chance for Rathalos to come in beforehand. Okay. I'll quickly get my cars. And then I'll be coming to help out. Okay, I need to heal a little bit here. Been very aggressive. Okay, that's the tail. No, that was the other wing. What am I talking about? It had to have been the wing. It couldn't have been the tail. Okay, poor guy is not happy. Okay. There we go. Dread King down as well. Are we getting my carves? Well done, everybody. I was a little bit aggressive and unattentive, but overall, I did fine, and I think you did great. Nice Wyvern tier here. Fortunately, that I wasn't able to get the tail. But it is what it is. I just found another shiny here. Let's see. What do we have? Just disappeared when I came to pick it up. As so often the case with shinies. Quite a full reward box. That's a lot of level 10 tickets. And a new crown plus a new award on the guild card. Nice. Welcome back, Tira. I hope that the nap you took was a nice one and that you feel refreshed after it. And we can missing some scales. That's fine. And that is very good to hear. Yeah, that would make it your turn again, Legion. You're going to make yourself a grilled cheese sandwich. And I hope that you're going to be enjoying your sandwich very much. It's not grilled, just microwaved. Well, I still hope you're going to be enjoying it. And I'm not sure what time it is, Legion. Ah, it is piñata time. I'm not sure if I should be. That could do a lot of damage here. Let me have a quick look. I still have 3 slots free. Gives me rapid 4. How much do I need? Fast charge 7, so 3 more. Sorry for going in and forging decorations here. Fast charge. That's 3 slots. I can't do that. Set onto this armor. Could actually be removing some stuff here. I do have a ton of charger jewels. Wouldn't have even needed to do anything here. Okay. Do need a little bit more time, sorry. For I do not stock these usually, okay. Close range coatings I have as well. Ooh, I can bring elemental coatings. And have something to eat. Don't really need to look too much at stuff though. Okay. It's been a while since I used a bow to fight Lao with. Can't use any of that. I can be loading a few things in here. I am happy I put fast charge on here. You ate a yummy molten cheese sandwich. I'm happy that you liked it. Okay, nice. Okay. Ah. Actually, a little far. I can send it back afterwards, but that was not the best choice yet. Something else broke? Welcome in, Spelling. The Lao is going fine. The old Pinata is getting pummeled a little bit here. And I've been taken for a ride by D there. Welcome into the hub, and yeah, I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday, sorry, so far. I mean, I think we all wished it would still be Saturday, and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic continuation of your Sunday. Oh, okay. Then I am sorry for, well, suggesting you should work. I'm not sure if that works. Okay, that smarted. Thank you. I am doing fine, thank you very much. Is the heat that bad at the moment? Yesterday, if I remember correctly, you said it was like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which isn't too bad. At least in my opinion. 70 right now. That's still okay. There's worse. But of course, you do prefer the cooler temperatures, so... Okay, I'm pretty sure we're not using the Demolisher a second time. Because maybe it was the angle I was still standing at. But for a second there I thought he would want to run away from this area immediately. Okay. Chair did do that a little bit more smartly than I did. I'm not sure we're going to be hitting much like that. So yesterday it basically gone up to 80 thereabout. Okay. Chair is waiting for me to fire, then let's just do that. I'm not sure I'm going to hit anything though. Okay, that was a good hit. Okay, now Lao is definitely moving. Do let me check though, for I am trying to convert 80 Fahrenheit to C. It's not really working out, which to a degree I should not be surprised about. $80 is about 26. Yeah, that's on the warm end. 90 is where it's where I feel it's enough for me. You don't need to really explain if you don't feel... If you don't like the heat, then it's not... Yeah, very nice. Especially if you get sick from it. Absolutely understandable. Let's put the close range coatings on. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to put my bow away. Yeah, he very much is, but on the other hand, I think of him as a giant walking piñata. And if you hit him long and hard enough, then a lot of goodies will be coming out of it. Okay, I see what you are getting at. I have to be honest, though, that... Oh. Did we throw Legion off there? I think he's meant to attack the fortress actively in Freedom Unite 2. But just the fact that he's quite easy to stagger makes it canned Brachelios indeed. Well, if it is as always, it's going to be Fatalis. But where did we put him this time? I'm pretty sure me and my brother, we managed to get a... In Freedom Unite, that is, we managed to do so much damage that we actually killed him in Area 4. That I'm not exactly sure how it works, I haven't looked at the code, but it shouldn't be happening at all, since the since its health should be fixed until he arrives in the last area. So did we think, and yet he still died earlier. I'm not sure exactly what went on, but we managed to stagger him, and we were worrying that we won't be arriving in Area 5 at all, because we were really stun locking him in place, and he didn't manage to take many steps at all. And then he teleported and died, and we didn't get any cuts. Not sure what exactly went wrong, but yeah, that's how it went for us. I haven't sat down seriously to try and replicate it, and it is going to be less clear, since I am using a modded version now, where I also have access to all of the DLC and stuff as well, so it's harder to replicate. But he should only be able to die in Area 5 in Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. Thank you for having joined us. Don't worry about it, Chair. I hope whatever you have to do isn't too bad. And in case you're not coming back, I hope you're going to have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Okay, I'll be... That being said, Spell, if you have anything you want to go hunt, it is your turn now to select a quest. Since it was since it was Legion's choice last time, and I am myself last in the queue for quest selection. Sorry, I could have informed you earlier had I remembered. Okay, now I do need to take a look at this later on. Gore Magala. Hyper Gore Magala. Good choice. I don't think I'll be bringing such an ostentatious sword, though. Not sure whether I should go for fire. Let's not do fire at the moment. I am very happy that you are now feeling better. You mean for me? Didn't really have a plan to put out a dedicated frenzy set, but yeah, don't really need to worry about the element. I did dedicate like that would be well, yeah, that's 10 armors for mixed sets. I think I have enough room to get all of the other armors I want done. And yeah. Taking the shortcut here. Need to move or Legion is going to be landing on my head. Hop, hop, hop. There we are. Okay. I'll catch my breath a little bit. Whee! Okay. Quite aggressive, this Gore. Okay, thought I had evaded there. Oh well. That's knocked him back into his warm-up phase. And we be building the rage again. Okay, that didn't hurt me. Completely missing the timing for the screams at the moment. Okay, but he's leaving. Okay. Let's follow him. And do a little bit more damage. That's unfortunate. Or rather, that was unfortunate that I misclicked that so badly there. He's getting warmed up again. Okay, calm down, you. Okay, so far, so great. Still not hitting those timings properly. Okay, there we go. Seriously, Gore is one of the more one of the nicer monsters about. I really enjoy the wing flowing and all of that. Must be ultra thin, thus very strong to be flowing like that. Well, although, you know, it has to be thin. Or it should be thin at least. And Gore is moving on again. We're chasing him about rather quickly, I have the feeling. I feel like, and that may be completely wrong, that Solo takes a lot longer for him to move through the areas like that. Poor Slacktoth was shaking with fear. Packed it up again. of course, I'll be the one jumping out of the area. Oh, well, I am joined pretty quickly by Spell here. Okay, that was slightly unfair. Maybe you can let the blinders down a little bit. Take the harshest of the bite away while still allowing the sun to come in. Oh, they are? Okay. Then they must not be as good as the blinders I am used to. If I put my blinders down completely, it's black in the room. Yeah, that... Well, it's hard for me to say how intense it would be if the sun would be shining through my blinders. I'd say that Earth is pretty much doomed. As their design makes it such that there is not really any seepage or leakage. Well, I do hope that it helped and that you are cooling off a little. Yeah, he did just scream badly at us, raising his feelers up. It's rare, but it happens, and it's quite nice when it happens. Your apartment is built such that in the mornings your bedroom gets all the sunshine? I expected as much. Well, I don't think it was too bad. I had fun, and that is what matters, in my opinion. Not sure if I'd drink the water, but... Okay, let's see. Hyperscale, normal one. Go in normal shard. Not getting lucky with the hyperscales. Okay. Don't have any of the... No. Okay, no, that's wrong monster. Let me do have a quick look at... So that would make this this the last XR. Although, probably not the last one I need from that. Here we go. And not sure about that armor. Let me put this into position and then we'll be doing something. Still have so many low level quests to do here. Although I still need some stuff from a cuttlefish. Let me see if I can find him. There is our cuttlefish. Yeah, I do need some more stuff from him. Hopefully I'll be getting some good bones. So your apartment is the only one that doesn't have anything blocking the sun. It is making me wonder, because in my mind, and from my experience as well, maybe blinders. You wouldn't call what we have blinders. Hello, welcome in, Stingerman. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Sunday. Okay. I am doing fine, thank you very much. A slow, enjoyable day for me so far. Well, so far it's about, yeah, 2/3 over already, so, but still, good. Yeah, I had to look it up. The blinds for me would be Venetian blinds. We have, in Europe, I have proper shutters, and they are really working in such a way that if they are closed, no light comes through, and depending on how much you open them, you can let a little bit of light in if it's really intense outside, or work with it more, but different concept. I was I had to look it up because I wanted to know what you have to work with, and with now knowing, yeah, if there is a lot of sun, you'll always have quite a bit coming in. Although if they are the Venetian style of blinds where where it can rotate the strips inside. Maybe if you try to rotate it the other way, it is going to be blocking more of the sun. But then again, as I said, I really don't have a clear picture of what you have to work with. So maybe my idea is not going to work, and I'm a big dummy for suggesting. So I'd guess you know better how your lines work than I would. Okay. Let's go cut apart this cuttlefish. Poor guy having his entire village swallowed. Okay, that's one broken already. I hope you don't mind getting some revenge for all the Brahilios this guy must have been munching on. Imagine the rage that we are so close, yet so far. Okay, I do need to mine here in order to be able to get some of the items I've been looking for. Yeah, that is going to be helpful. Don't think I can do more mining. Somebody doesn't really want to calm down here. Playing the two-headed dragon again here. I'll have a quick look at it after the quest. And I could have used the other one. Wow. Okay, no idea how much damage I took trying to get out of there. First time I did die to one of those explosive slime bolts from him though. So yeah, sorry about that. Okay. Don't worry. You're... Well, not only not the first to faint, but... I don't mind if people do. Yep, pretty much what happened to me. Yep, okay, that was not too painful though. Okay, now... I see. As I said, I'll have a look at it after the quest. Okay, making him angry again. Angry enough to show himself again. Ooh, that's not great. Okay, that's not looking too pleasant. That big boulder luckily broke off. Okay, there I go. Free again. And angry again. Ooh, okay, unfortunate. Oh well. D, your turn when we're coming back to select the quest. I didn't see exactly what hit you there, but yeah, it can do that very much. Oh, okay. So even different from what I was imagining. Yeah, no, okay. I can absolutely see how these would always be letting light through. Light and heat for that matter. And welcome back, Thraig. Polar Peril. Let me just prep a little bit more for those. Well, it's a peril singular, so for that peril, I will be taking my fire sword along. Take some hot drinks, and I think I can, and I do have enough points. So yeah, that doesn't feel like necessarily the best or the most well put together blinder. I will be getting my additional ice resistance though. So yeah, I can understand how those are not going to be blocking the sun. Okay. Waiting on spell, and we can go hunt. Is that the third Ukon loss for the stream? I think it is. That's quite a while. Yeah, be better if you could avoid the room heating up in the first place. But yeah, I can... Yeah, I think the only real way to get that heat out quickly is with an air conditioning unit. But of course those come with their own problems. And it's a picture window, it's a window, so there's not much you can do. Maybe if you could hang some white blanket outside or so, that might help a little bit more, but yeah. All of those are not real solutions. You met up with a friend and your CPU arrived. A Ryzen 5 9600X. That's not a bad CPU. That's not a bad CPU at all. Although depending on how it goes, AMD unfortunately may be the only... Well, I think for CPUs we'll always have Intel, but they have been lagging behind a little bit recently. Too expensive for what they can do. And with Nvidia apparently preparing to leave the video game card market, the GPU market, well, let's see how long the AI craze goes. And maybe we'll be getting both AMD and Nvidia back as main card manufacturers soon. PSU case. It's coming together, Drag. Congratulations. Yeah, RAM is monstrously expensive at the moment. Ooh, nice. Para into stun. Again, depending on how long the AI craze stays, we might getting better prices back earlier rather than later. I do enjoy Carlos's music very much, personally, I have to say. Okay, that I missed the timing on. Okay, he's not targeting me. Okay. Let's sharpen a little bit. Okay. Not okay. There we are. Happy to hear that it is starting to cool off. Of course, it's still going to show some hotspots, especially with the sun moving and the blinds not covering it all. Yeah. Due to how they are being built, a stick of RAM can be queried twice in one cycle. So it's about doubling the bandwidth Cool tricks all in all, I have to say. And clever as well. The way they are querying it to get that much more throughput. $34 gigabytes is overkill for most things. And it is more than you need to be able to stream well. But having more is going to be valuable. Especially when you're starting editing stuff and you have more than 2-3 longer clips that you're trying to work with. Yep, understandable. Yeah, that is a monster of a PC. It would be using up all your available slots, wouldn't it? Come on. So if you get 2 sticks, or yeah, okay, then you have the 128 gigabytes. So you're having, you do have only 2 RAM slots, is that correct? Or is it a 4-slot motherboard? Oh, no, it is a 4-slot motherboard, but if you get to 128, okay. I'm not sure, but I do know I would not want to be eaten by that. Luckily, I'm a hunter and we kill such things. We have no idea how much you will be on the new motherboard. While I can understand you without... What the... Okay, slow down. Wow. Yeah, that's a shovel, Joe, but that's 3 stones. Yeah. That is, that's quite something. probably the last I'll ever be getting or something like that. But okay. That's 3 mantles. Spell, your turn. Okay, that absolutely then allows me to finish up Ukanos' armor. Yeah, 16 is unfortunately not really sufficient anymore. Okay, and I still need 1 conquest sphere here. DDR3 is 2 gens behind, yeah. Meaning that the entire setup is quite an old one, but yeah, no, it's so unfortunate what the AI companies are doing to the prices and the nonchalance vis-a-vis everything that is not AI. That was indeed quite the subquest reward. I mean, if that is what I would be getting all the time, I would at one point start complaining. Because, well, I can only use so many mantles, but that was something. And I'll be bringing a few flash bombs. It doesn't matter so much as I am on the last stack. Bomb casings, I do want to buy a few more. I am happy to hear that. Yeah, that was something. I do hope that I'm not getting swamped by them quite as much, because one, I don't want to make people feel jealous about that. Oh, I should have switched to poison. Oh well. And secondly, after filling the box up, I don't think I need any more. Well, not that I'm close to filling up the box, but I hope you understand what I mean. And I would then feel that I am not I would feel sad that I am not able to give them away for people who need them more than I do. Need to check the details, but it's a Ryzen. It's a Ryzen 9, 8 or 7 gen, a 3090 on the graphics card. Never never got an upgrade there because reasons. 46 gigabytes of RAM. Not sure about the motherboard at the moment. Yeah, but despite the older graphics card, it's still a very decent PC. Yep. Happy to have it. And, whoops, part of why I also never got an upgrade card-wise is that the 490 never was enough of an upgrade, and the 590 was too expensive, and I would have needed another card anyway to play some of the other games that I like. You're going to be losing a ton of frames without the 32-bit CUDA cores. Again, partially due to AI. I would have said that by now we should have had the 60 series come out, but they are so focused on AI and improve the graphics with AI. I'm like, stop it. Oh yeah, they are expensive, but it would be a more reasonable upgrade than a 4090, but that would mean that I would need a second graphics card, and to be able to do that properly, it's not just the 1060 I'm currently using for the encoding, but it would need a proper PCI bandwidth, and that means that I would need a new motherboard. New motherboard means new RAM, since I have DDR4. Built the PC before, a few months before the DDR5 came out. But yeah, no, it's still working very fine, and for what I am doing with it, it's mostly working. The only game I really had major issues with was Monster Hunter Wilds, unfortunately. Because despite the improvements, it's very reliant on AI upscaling. Yeah, they did have issues as well, but I mean, a lot of it for me stems from the fact that a 30 series card can't support the AI upscaling they want me to use, and they're still very heavily fixated on that. I am happy to hear it coming. It's coming to Switch 2. I do hope that means that some of the last performance issues on PC are going to get fixed, because they do need to optimize it more for it to run properly on the Switch 2, but I am happy that it's coming over. Whoops, that's another wasted one. As I said, that's why I'm really hoping that's going to be a lot more optimization and not only a reliance on upscaling technology. Yeah, it's not a bad machine, but it is weaker than the Steam Deck, for example. And as such, Wilds is not yet really running on the Steam Deck. Yeah. But if they can optimize for the Switch, they can optimize the PC version at the same time. It has been improved quite a lot, and there's still improvements to come. But as I said, unfortunately, they're still relying on AI frame generation and oh yes, had they done so, that would have been great. But they were mainly targeting PlayStation Pros, I think. That was their main target. And to a degree, yes. But the problem is that the architecture is close enough to PC that if it were running flawlessly on console, they could have just adapted the console version without needing to do a huge port. Same code architecture, a lot of the same GPU commands, so while RAM always needs to be adjusted between them because of the big differences there. Not where I aimed, but okay. The fact is that even there it's not running great. So, while I'm happy that they are planning it for Switch, I also think that that means they're going to need to do a lot more optimization, which I hope that... I don't need... It's not just that I want the game to run well on PC, but I want it to run well on anything that it is put on, and as such, I do hope that the performance improvement can be shared between everybody. Yeah. And if I take a look at the settings and what they do, they completely missed the point of some of them. Well, I haven't tried it in depth, but when it came out I could adjust some of the settings, and while it would look quite differently, my frame rate wouldn't really change, so what's the point in having those options? I do not have a PS5, neither normal nor Pro, so I'm not even exactly sure about those differences. But yeah, it's the one that least people would have. It's also the most expensive, and I'm not even sure how much of that was their own decision and how much of that was Sony pushing that standard. LEDG POG, not sure what you mean with that. Yeah, I mean, you can have as much power as you want to if you don't have games that can really take advantage of that power, but instead are programmed with the idea of well, we have that much more power, so we don't need to do so much. Oh, Lartrella Dragon Gem. Yeah, that is a very great drop indeed. Okay, last one. Now for all the Juju melds. Okay. Gogmasters is still unplayable on Xbox S. That's not something you like to hear. I hope it would at least on a console all of that would be running just fine. And I just took a look at the clock. We're probably going to only we're only going to have one more quest, and that is going to be my choice, so it's going to be a rather easy one. We're just going to have some fun with Red Helm here. And I am sorry, Spelling. I don't consider, now that I have some time to properly read through it, 15 to 20 FPS or 20 to 30 is not a playable frame rate. Although that being said, when Wilds came out, I found settings that I would get 70 frames per second. Normally. But even in the hub, like, not normally, on the menu, 17. And on some places when I'm just standing still. But the hub, with how many people, I'd drop down to 35, 40. Good enough to stream, but annoying to play. Yeah. I'm not saying it is, although for me already the normal PS5 is too expensive for what it is. And then the upgrade was not that great. Oh yeah, and then you lost the disk drive, Yono. I did miss that. You are right, you did lose the disk drive, which for consoles was and is always a big selling point. Although my PS3 lost its disk drive and I'm seeing if I can replace it. $30+, yes, is playable, but it's not necessarily a great frame rate. Because, and that is the other issue with Wilds, I didn't get to that. It wasn't a stable 35 or 40. You would have spikes, you would have drops, and while the average then was about 38, you could have drops down to 12, and you could have spikes up to 120, and that inconsistency also makes for a very rough experience. Not something that comes through on stream, usually. Yeah, 30 is playable, but I had forgotten to add the detail of the switching, of the inconsistency of the frame rate, and that is something that does not make for a comfortable experience. Okay, that roll was far too early. I'm not sure. Bump mapping is now so old and so standard. And shade is so common. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Yeah, this is, I think, pretty average for Red Helm. Oh, the poor guy. Thank you so much, though. Oh yeah, that one was as small as a larger-ish Azuros, normal Azuros, was quite funny. Yeah. Seriously though, I think he was auditioning for mixtape, so we were probably not wrong in bullying him. It was a gold small crown indeed. Okay. Let me see if I can't. There we go. That's what I want to hear. Are you trying to, after all of the challenges you had for that particular file, you wanted to get all of the crowns as well? For all of your save files, that's going to be a ton of work. EX indeed is a guaranteed large crown. I mean, reasonable. Can you stop running between the two of us? Thank you. Now, of course, he's immediately becoming more annoying again. Here we are. Thank you very much, everybody. And as I said, this is going to be the unfortunately last quest of the stream. I wish I could turn the time back to have a few more hours, but time marches on without regards for anybody. He probably is. Then again, I'm not sure. I know his elemental weaknesses, but I am not aware of the ailment susceptibilities. Let me have a quick look though. He starts with an 80 for para 6 and 12 seconds paralyzed to begin with. Not sure exactly what that means, but are critically weak to every status. Okay. So the poor guys are not getting much rest there. Okay, I'll do this either next time if I forget or quickly after the stream. Yep, goodbye. Please have a great rest of your Saturday, should you be leaving immediately. Gestures, where are my... Okay. Sorry for that. And okay. Thank you for joining us. I had a lot of fun. I hope you're going to have a good rest of your Sunday, but I'll be getting to that more properly afterwards. First off, I'm going to go through my schedule in the meantime. If you do have any suggestions for a raid out target, please let me know. We raided Jal yesterday, so I don't need to worry if he is online today. I do want to raid out to him like once per weekend. Thank you very much, everybody, but let me quickly go through the schedule and then we can get to the proper ending of streams. So next week is going to be normal. So Monday and Friday I'll be continuing with my Persona 3 portable playthrough. Probably a lot more grinding, probably little to show for. I'll try to get, I hope I can find either the time or videos, because I do have some recordings of Persona 3 from before that I can show you Mitsuru's social link in its entirety, and then be able to just do the rest, fill that rest up. And then we'll be missing one social link for the end, but it is what it is. Again, I'm trying for that for Friday. If not, it's going to be the week after that, unfortunately. Time for both Monday and Friday are going to be normal, from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Then next weekend, more Monster Hunter as always. Probably starting out in GU, unless there's a request to either showcase a monster that is not present or do some multiplayer in another game. I am open for that, but this is currently my main game. So probably starting out in GU again, and the time is also going to be normal from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or in 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Last day is going to be Thursday, where I'll be playing some more StarCraft from 15 to 18 o'clock or 9 to 12 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. More campaign, more ladder. I'll try, I think, this time to intersperse them a little bit more, that I can calm down a little bit after each ladder match. Last time I played a lot of ladder at the end, I was getting... not exactly tired, but all that excitement was making me a little bit hyper and not able to concentrate as much as I would want to. So if I switch it with something where I don't need to stress myself as much, I hope to have a better time of it. But yeah, that is going to be Thursday. Now, for the raids, I don't see any suggestions in chat. And none of the people I usually raid out to are available for Monster Hunter Generations. That's Spanish. It's unfortunately not as much as I would hope for. Guess I will be raiding out to Alara. She's a YouTuber I do enjoy watching personally, and she is currently covering some news about Niji Sanji, so wonder what happened there. And yeah, I do think I haven't found anybody else really to raid out to, so I hope you're going to be enjoying her stream as much as you did mine. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, Persona 3 Portable, as I just went through. Thank you very much, everybody, for having been here. I hope you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. I'm going to wish all of you a fantastic rest of your Sunday, and until we do see each other again next time, I hope that you're going to have a fantastic time. And until we do see each other again, goodbye.